Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the long years before the War of the Ring, when the Shire knew peace unbroken, and the greatest troubles were matters of weather and neighbourly disputes over property lines, there lived among the hobbits a tradition as old as the party tree itself. On winter evenings, when frost painted delicate patterns upon the windows of hobbit holes and the wind sang lonely songs across the hills, the eldest hobbits would gather the young ones close to the fire and speak of times long past. These were not the grand tales of elves and wizards, though such stories had their place, but rather the intimate folklore of the Shire itself. Stories that belonged to hobbit folk alone. It is with great reverence and no small amount of trepidation that I, Fasted Bracegirdle of Hardbottle, set down these tales in written form. For generations, these stories have been passed from lip to ear, changing slightly with each telling, gaining new embellishments here and losing forgotten details there, as all proper folklore should. Yet in these latter days, as more and more young hobbits turn their attention to books and less to the voices of their elders, I fear these precious tales might fade like morning mist, unless someone takes the trouble to preserve them. My own grandmother, Poppy Bracegirdle, was renowned throughout the North Farthing as a keeper of the old stories. Many a winter night I spent curled upon her hearthrug, listening as her voice wove magic in the firelight, speaking of things both wondrous and strange that had befallen our ancestors. She knew tales that made you laugh until your sides ached, and others that sent shivers down your spine despite the warmth of the fire. It is primarily from her generous store of knowledge that I draw these chronicles, though I have also gathered tales from other sources throughout the Four Farthings, from Tookborough to Stock, from Michael Delving to Scary. What follows is a collection of 5 tales, each one a gem polished smooth by countless retellings, each one revealing something essential about what it means to be a hobbit. There are stories of ordinary folk who found themselves in extraordinary circumstances, tales of cunning and courage, of foolishness and wisdom, of the seen and unseen worlds that sometimes brush against our own. These are the stories that shaped us, that taught our children right from wrong, that reminded us in dark times that light always returns, and that showed us in prosperous days that pride comes before a fall. Let us begin then with a tale that my grandmother always insisted upon telling first, for it concerns itself with the very founding of one of our oldest families, and explains certain peculiarities that have puzzled hobbits for generations. It is the story of Belladonna Took's sister, Mirabella, and how the Bracegirdle family came to possess their most treasured heirloom and their most closely guarded secret. In the days when Gerontius Took, who would later be known as the Old Took, was still a young hobbit barely come of age, his sister Mirabella was accounted the comeliest lass in all the Shire. Her hair was the colour of honey in sunlight, her eyes bright as hazelnuts, and her laugh could charm the birds from the trees. She had suitors aplenty, from Michael Delving to Bree, but Mirabella Took was as particular as she was pretty, and she turned them all away with various polite excuses. The truth, which she confided only to her sister Belladonna, was that Mirabella harboured a secret dream. She longed not for a husband of property and position, but for adventure. The Took blood ran strong in her veins, that same restless spirit that would later drive Belladonna's son Bilbo to his famous journey. But while the world might eventually forgive a male hobbit his wanderlust, such desires in a young hobbit lass were considered most unseemly. Mirabella's mother, Adamanta Chubb Baggins, despaired of her daughter ever settling down properly. Now, it happened one autumn, when the leaves were turning gold and red upon the party tree, and the harvest was being gathered in from the fields, that a peddler came to Hobbiton. This was not unusual in itself, for peddlers often travelled the roads of the Shire, bringing news from distant parts and selling their wares from hole to hole. But this particular peddler was different from any that had come before. He was tall for a hobbit, nearly 4 feet in height, and his clothes were of a style not seen in the Shire. His coat was patched with fabric of many colours, each square seeming to shimmer with its own inner light when the sun struck it, just so. Upon his back, he carried a pack that looked far too large for even a tall hobbit to manage, yet he bore it with ease, as though it weighed no more than a feather pillow. His eyes were the strangest thing about him, for they were of 2 different colours, one green as spring grass and the other brown as good earth, and when he looked at you, you had the unsettling feeling that he could see right through to your very thoughts. The peddler's name, he said, was Cosimo Greenleaf, and he had travelled from far beyond the borders of the Shire, from lands where hobbits were unknown and stranger folk walked beneath stranger skies. He set up his wares in the market square of Hobbiton, and soon a crowd had gathered. For hobbits are naturally curious folk despite their preference for the familiar, and this peddler's goods were unlike anything they had seen. There were ribbons that changed colour with the wearer's mood, buttons carved from wood that had never known any tree that grew in the Shire, and small glass bottles containing what the peddler claimed were captured dreams. There were packages of seeds for flowers that bloomed at midnight, needles that sewed themselves, and a looking glass that supposedly showed not your face as it was, but as it would be in 7 years' time. The hobbits of Hobbiton examined these curiosities with a mixture of fascination and suspicion, for while they were intrigued, they were also cautious folk who preferred things they could understand. Mirabella Took, however, felt no such caution. From the moment she laid eyes upon the peddler's wares, she was enchanted. She pushed through the crowd, her eyes bright with excitement, examining each item with an eagerness that made the other hobbits whisper and shake their heads. Her mother would have been mortified had she been present, but fortunately Adamanta was at home preparing a large tea and knew nothing of her daughter's unseemly enthusiasm. The peddler watched Mirabella with those mismatched eyes of his, and a slow smile spread across his face. He reached into the very bottom of his pack and drew forth an item wrapped in cloth of deep midnight blue. With careful fingers, he unwound the wrapping to reveal a small wooden box, no larger than a hobbit's hand, carved all over with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and flow when you looked at them directly. "This," said Cosimo Greenleaf in a voice that somehow carried to every ear despite being scarcely louder than a whisper, "is the box of wandering ways. It is not for sale, for its price is beyond the counting of any coin minted in this age of the world. But for the right person, the one for whom it was meant, I might consider a trade." Mirabella found herself drawn forward as if pulled by invisible strings. She stood before the peddler, her heart beating fast in her chest, and asked in a voice that trembled only slightly what manner of trade he might consider. The other hobbits had grown quiet now, watching this exchange with a mixture of curiosity and concern. More than one mother clutched her daughter's arm a little tighter, and several fathers frowned with disapproval. The peddler's smile widened. "The box seeks its keeper," he said, "and the keeper must prove worthy through a test of heart and will." He held the box out toward Mirabella. "If you can open this box without key or force, using only your truest desire, then it is yours. But be warned, young Mistress Took, for once opened, the box will change your life forever. You will never again be content with the ordinary, and the road you walk will lead you far from the comfort of your home." A sensible hobbit would have stepped back at such words. A proper hobbit lass would have thanked the peddler politely and returned to her mother's side. But Mirabella Took was neither sensible nor proper in that moment. She was only true to herself, and her truest self longed for exactly what the peddler described. She reached out and took the box from his hands. The wood felt warm beneath her fingers, almost alive, and the patterns carved upon its surface seemed to pulse with a gentle rhythm like a heartbeat. Mirabella closed her eyes and thought of all the places she longed to see, all the roads she wished to walk, all the adventures she dreamed of having. She thought of mountains touching the sky and forests deep and wild. She thought of rivers that flowed to the sea and stars that wheeled in strange patterns over foreign lands. She poured all her yearning, all her restless Took spirit, into that wooden box. There was a sound like a sigh, soft as wind through grass, and the box opened in her hands. Inside, nestled on velvet as red as autumn leaves, lay a compass unlike any made by hobbit hands. Its face was crafted of some translucent stone that glowed with its own inner light, and instead of north, south, east, and west, It bore markings in a script Mirabella could not read. The needle was formed from what looked like a shard of starlight, and it spun slowly, seeking, searching. The peddler nodded with satisfaction. "Well done, Mirabella Took," he said, and it is worth noting that she had never told him her name. "The compass of true desire is yours now. It will always point the way to what your heart most truly seeks, though I cannot promise the path will be easy or the destination what you expect. Use it wisely, and may your wanderings bring you wisdom." He closed up his pack then, despite the protests of other hobbits who wished to purchase his wares, and before anyone could stop him or ask him further questions, he had shouldered his burden and walked away down the road. The hobbits watched him go, and more than one swore later that he simply vanished into the afternoon air before he reached the 3 farthing stone, though others claimed he merely walked over the hill and out of sight like any ordinary traveller. Mirabella stood in the market square, the compass clutched in her hands, and felt her life shift like a door swinging open onto undiscovered country. The needle spun, and finally came to rest, pointing not north or south or any direction a proper compass should indicate, but rather at an angle that led up and away, as though her true desire lay somewhere in the sky itself, or in lands yet beyond the horizon. That night, Mirabella sat in her room in the Great Smiles, the compass before her on her writing desk, and made a decision that would echo through generations of her family. She would not ignore this gift or hide it away. She would follow where it led, consequences be what they may. But she was hobbit enough to know that she could not simply run off in the night without thought or preparation. So Mirabella began to plan in secret, as countless adventurous hobbits have done before and since. She gathered supplies bit by bit, taking care not to raise her mother's suspicions. A good walking cloak here, a sturdy pair of boots there, packages of whey bread and dried fruit tucked away in her wardrobe. She studied what maps she could find in the Great Smiles library, though none of them showed the strange lands the compass seemed to indicate. All the while, the compass sat hidden in her drawer, its needle pointing ever towards some distant destiny. 3 weeks passed in this manner, and Mirabella began to feel the weight of her secret pressing upon her. She longed to confide in someone, to share the wonder and terror of what she planned. In the end, she chose her sister Belladonna, for if anyone would understand the call of adventure, it would be she. The 2 sisters met in the old apple orchard behind the Great Smiles, where they had played as children and shared countless secrets. Belladonna listened to the whole tale without interruption, her face growing more thoughtful with each word. When Mirabella finished and showed her the compass, Belladonna took it in her hands and watched the needle spin and settle, pointing always in that strange upward direction. She was quiet for a long moment, and Mirabella felt her heart sink, fearing her sister would try to talk sense into her. But Belladonna surprised her. "I understand," she said softly, returning the compass. "The Took in us calls to wild places and wide horizons. But Mira, you cannot simply disappear. Mother would go mad with worry, and Father would organize search parties across the whole of Eriador. You must tell them something, give them some explanation, or your adventure will be poisoned by guilt before it even begins." Mirabella knew her sister spoke wisdom, but the thought of confessing her plans to their parents filled her with dread. "They would never permit it," she said. "You know they would lock me in my room if they knew I meant to leave the Shire." "Then do not ask permission," Belladonna replied with a slight smile. "But leave them a letter, something to ease their hearts. Tell them you have gone to visit relatives in Bree, or to see the sea at the Grey Havens. Give them a story they can tell the neighbours without shame. And Mira, promise me you will send word when you can, so I know you are well." The 2 sisters embraced, and Mirabella felt both sorrow and relief wash over her. She had her sister's blessing, and that meant more than all the gold in the Shire. That very night, she penned a letter to her parents, explaining that she had accepted an invitation to stay with a distant Took cousin in Buckland for the winter season, and that she would send regular word of her well-being. It was not entirely a lie, for she did intend to send word, though from rather farther afield than Buckland. On a crisp autumn morning, when mist lay thick in the valleys and the sun was just beginning to paint the eastern sky with rose and gold, Mirabella Took slipped out of the Great Smiles. She wore her travelling cloak and sturdy boots, carried a pack with her provisions, and held the compass in her hand. The needle pointed steadily northeast, toward lands beyond the borders of the Shire, toward the unknown. She walked quickly through the sleeping streets of Tuckborough, her heart hammering in her chest with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. Every shadow seemed to hide a watchful eye. Every sound threatened to be her father calling her back. But no one stopped her, and soon she had passed the last hobbit hole and stood on the open road with nothing but possibilities stretching before her. The compass led her on a winding path through the Shire, though not by the roads most travelled. She crossed the water by a little ford that few knew of, climbed hills where sheep grazed, and looked at her with mild curiosity, and passed through woods where the trees grew thick and the sunlight fell in golden shafts through the leaves. Twice she saw other hobbits in the distance and hid until they passed, not yet ready to answer questions about where she was going and why. By nightfall of the first day, she had reached the borders of the Shire, marked by an old stone that bore faint carvings worn almost smooth by weather and time. Mirabella paused there, looking back the way she had come. Somewhere beyond those gentle hills lay everything she knew, everyone she loved, all the comfort and security a hobbit could wish for. Before her lay only mystery, and the word of a strange peddler that a compass would lead her true. For a moment doubt seized her. What madness had possessed her to leave her home on the word of a stranger? What if the compass was nothing but a clever trinket, leading her nowhere but into danger? She could turn back now, return before anyone truly worried, laugh off her letter as a momentary fancy. The Tooks were known for being odd, after all. One more strange episode would hardly signify. But even as these thoughts crossed her mind, Mirabella felt the compass warm in her hand. She looked down at it, and the needle spun once, twice, 3 times before settling again on its mysterious course. And in that moment, she knew with absolute certainty that she could not turn back. Whatever lay ahead, whatever the compass sought, it was meant for her, and she for it. The peddler had spoken true when he said the box would change her life forever. She shouldered her pack, took a deep breath of the evening air, and stepped beyond the stone marker into the wide world beyond the Shire. The sky above was deepening to purple, and the first stars were beginning to appear. Mirabella made camp that night beneath an oak tree, wrapping herself in her cloak and watching the stars wheel overhead. She thought of her family safe in their beds, of her sister who understood, of all the tales told by the fire of hobbits who had ventured forth and returned with wonders to share. Tomorrow she would follow the compass further, but tonight she was simply Mirabella Took, alone beneath the stars, and that was adventure enough. The days that followed found Mirabella walking roads she had never imagined, through country that grew steadily stranger and less familiar with each passing mile. The compass led her northeast, always northeast, through lands where the hills grew higher and rockier, where the trees were of kinds she could not name, and where the very air tasted different, sharper and wilder than the gentle breezes of the Shire. She learned quickly the ways of the road. She discovered which berries were safe to eat and which to avoid, how to find clean water, and where to make camp when evening drew near. She met other travellers on the road, though not as many as she had expected. There were men, tall and weather-worn, who looked at her with curiosity but kindness, offering advice about the road ahead. Once she encountered a company of dwarves, who laughed heartily at the sight of a hobbit lass travelling alone but shared their fire and their bread with her nonetheless. "What are you seeking, little halfling?" asked one of the dwarves, a grizzled fellow with a beard that reached his belt. "These are no lands for your folk to wander alone." Mirabella showed him the compass, though she did not speak of how she came by it. The dwarf examined it with interest, his practiced eye noting the fine craftsmanship. "A pretty thing," he said, handing it back. "But compasses point to directions, not destinations. What lies at the end of your journey?" "I do not know," Mirabella admitted. "I only know that I must follow where it leads." The dwarf nodded slowly, as if this made perfect sense to him. "Aye," he said. "Sometimes the journey itself is the treasure, and the finding matters less than the seeking. Travel safely, daughter of the Shire, and may your road lead you to worthy discoveries." The dwarves went their way, and Mirabella went hers, but she carried their words with her like a talisman. Sometimes the journey itself is the treasure. She began to notice things she might have missed before, to take joy in the simple fact of travelling, of seeing new sights and experiencing new things. The compass still guided her onward, but she no longer felt quite so anxious about where it might lead. 3 weeks into her journey, the compass brought her to the edge of a great forest. The trees here grew so thick and tall that they blocked out much of the sky, and their trunks were of such girth that 3 hobbits could not have joined hands around them. The air beneath the canopy was cool and green, filled with the scent of moss and old wood. Mirabella hesitated at the forest's edge, for she had heard tales of dark woods where unwary travelers lost their way and wandered until they perished. But the compass pointed directly into the heart of the forest, its needle as steady as ever. There was no going around, she realized. Her path lay through the trees, and she must either follow or turn back. She thought of her sister, Belladonna, of the letter she had left, of the promise implicit in her departure. She had not come this far to turn away from difficulty, so into the forest she went, following deer trails and streamlets, trusting the compass to guide her true. The forest was not dark or evil as she had feared, but it was old, older than anything in the Shire, older perhaps than the memory of hobbits altogether. The trees seemed to watch her pass with patient, ancient awareness. Birds called from the branches above, but she saw few other creatures. It was a place that held its breath, waiting for something. On the second day in the forest, Mirabella came to a clearing where a great oak stood alone. The tree was vast beyond measure, its trunk split and hollow with age, its branches spreading like the roof of a cathedral. And seated on a root at the base of this ancient oak was a figure that made Mirabella stop in her tracks. She was an old woman, or seemed to be, though there was something about her that suggested age beyond counting, beyond the measure of mortal years. Her hair was white as birch bark. Her face seemed with wrinkles deep as river valleys, but her eyes were bright and clear as spring water. She wore a cloak of grey-green that seemed woven from moss and shadow, and in her lap she held a spindle and a mass of thread that glowed softly in the dim light of the clearing. "Good day to you, young traveller," the old woman said, her voice like wind in dry leaves. "You have come far from your pleasant hills and gardens. What brings a child of the Shire to the greenwood?" Mirabella approached cautiously, one hand on the compass in her pocket. "I follow where this leads me," she said, drawing out the compass to show the woman. "Though I confess, I do not know where that might be." The old woman set aside her spinning and leaned forward to examine the compass. She did not touch it, but her eyes narrowed with interest. "Ah," she said softly, "the compass of true desire. I have not seen one of these in many a long year. Tell me, child, what is it your heart truly desires?" Mirabella had thought she knew the answer to this question. Adventure, she had told herself. Freedom from the ordinary. The chance to see and experience things beyond the confines of the Shire. But standing here in this ancient clearing, before this strange old woman, she found herself uncertain. What did she truly desire? What had set the compass seeking in the first place? "I want," she began, then paused, searching for the right words. "I want to know that my life matters. That I am more than just another hobbit lass who marries and keeps house and grows old having done nothing of note. I want to make a mark upon the world, to be remembered, to have lived, rather than simply existed." The old woman nodded slowly, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "A worthy desire," she said, "though perhaps not quite what you think it is. The compass seeks your truest desire, young Mirabella Took, but the heart's true desire is often hidden even from itself." Mirabella felt a chill run through her at these words. "How do you know my name?" she asked. "I have told it to no one in these lands." The old woman laughed, a sound like water over stones. "I know many things, child. I know that you are brave, but not yet wise, determined, but not yet understanding, and seeking, but not yet certain what you seek. The compass has brought you to me because there is something you need to learn before you can continue your journey." She rose from her seat on the oak root with surprising grace for one so apparently ancient. "Come," she said, beckoning Mirabella to follow. "Let me show you something that may help you understand." Despite her wariness, Mirabella found herself following the old woman deeper into the clearing. They walked to the far side of the great oak, where a pool of water lay still and clear as glass, reflecting the canopy of leaves above. The old woman knelt beside the pool and gestured for Mirabella to look into its depths. "What do you see?" she asked. Mirabella knelt and peered into the water. At first, she saw only her own reflection, travel-worn and dusty, her hair escaping from its braid, and her face thinner than it had been when she left the Shire. But as she watched, the image began to change and shift. She saw herself older, sitting by a fire with children gathered around her feet. She saw herself young again, dancing at some celebration with joy written across her face. She saw herself walking through the Shire with a tall man beside her, both of them laughing at some shared jest. "These are possibilities," the old woman said softly. "Futures that might be, depending on the choices you make and the paths you follow. The pool shows not what will be, but what could be." The images shifted again, and now Mirabella saw scenes that filled her with both wonder and unease. She saw herself standing atop a mountain, arms spread wide to embrace the wind. She saw herself in a great hall among folk who were not hobbits, speaking words she could not hear. She saw herself alone in wild places, weathered and weary but unbowed. She saw herself returning to the Shire, greeted with joy and celebration. She saw herself never returning at all. "Each path has its price," the old woman continued. "Each choice its consequences. The compass will guide you to what your heart desires, but it cannot tell you whether the price is worth the paying. That wisdom must come from within." Mirabella sat back on her heels, her mind whirling with what she had seen. "How am I to choose," she asked, "when I do not know what any of these paths will truly bring?" "That is the nature of choice, child. We walk forward into uncertainty, guided only by what we believe to be true and what we hope to find. But I will tell you this. The compass seeks not a place, but a purpose. It will lead you to where you need to be to become who you are meant to become, whether that is in the Shire or beyond it. Only time and your own heart can tell." The old woman reached into her cloak and drew forth a small leather pouch. She placed it in Mirabella's hands. "Inside this pouch are 3 seeds," she said. "They are from the oldest tree in Middle-earth, and they carry within them the power of growth and renewal. When the time comes that you know your true path, plant these seeds. They will grow into something that will mark your place in the world and serve as a legacy for generations to come." Mirabella clutched the pouch, feeling the weight of the seeds within. "But how will I know?" she asked. "When the time is right." "You will know," the old woman said with certainty. "The heart always knows, if we are brave enough to listen to it. Now rest here tonight in the safety of the clearing. Tomorrow your journey continues, and the compass will lead you onward." That night, Mirabella made her camp beneath the great oak, and she slept more soundly than she had since leaving the Shire. She dreamed of trees growing from small seeds into mighty giants, of roots spreading deep into the earth and branches reaching toward the sky. She dreamed of the Shire and of lands beyond it, of home and of horizon, of staying and of going. When she woke with the dawn, the old woman was gone. The clearing was empty, save for Mirabella herself and the great oak standing silent watch. For a moment she wondered if the entire encounter had been a dream, but the leather pouch still rested in her hand, and when she opened it, 3 seeds lay within, each one gleaming with an inner light. She consulted the compass, and its needle pointed onward, leading her out of the forest on the far side. Mirabella shouldered her pack, tucked the pouch safely away with the compass, and set forth once more. The trees seemed to lean in as she passed, as if to wish her well, and the path beneath her feet was clear and true. For another week she travelled, following the compass through meadowlands and over gentle hills. The country grew more familiar now, though she had never been here before. There was something about the roll of the land, the way the light fell, the quality of the air, that reminded her of home. And indeed, when she crested a final hill and looked down into the valley below, she realized that the compass had led her in a great circle. There, spread before her in the morning light, lay the Shire, but not the part of the Shire she knew. This was the East Farthing, near the borders with Buckland, a region she had never visited. The compass needle spun once and pointed down into the valley, toward a small stream that ran between green banks lined with willows. Mirabella descended the hill with her heart beating fast. After all her travels, after all the strange lands and stranger meetings, the compass had brought her home. Or nearly home. She wondered what this could mean. What truth about her desires had led her in such a roundabout path, only to return to the Shire? As she approached the stream, she saw a figure kneeling by the water's edge. It was a hobbit lad, young and sturdy, with dark curly hair and strong hands. He was filling water bottles, preparing apparently for a journey of his own. Compass in her pocket grew warm, almost hot, and when she drew it out to look, the needle was spinning wildly, faster and faster, until it became a blur of silver light. "Good morning," the lad called out. standing and wiping his hands on his breeches. His smile was open and friendly, with no hint of the suspicion that often greeted strangers in the Shire. "You look as though you have travelled far. Would you care for some water? This stream runs clear and cold from the hills." Mirabella found her voice, though it came out more uncertain than she would have liked. "Thank you, yes. I have indeed travelled far, though not perhaps as far as I thought." The lad filled a cup from one of his bottles and brought it to her. As their fingers brushed in the exchange, Mirabella felt a jolt like lightning, and she nearly dropped the cup. The lad seemed to feel it too, for he pulled back quickly, a look of wonder crossing his face. But he said nothing of it, only watched as she drank deeply of the sweet cold water. "I am Gundobald Bracegirdle," he said when she had finished. "My family farms this land, though I confess I am not much for farming. I have a mind to see something of the world beyond these fields, to walk roads I have never walked, and see what lies beyond the borders we know." Mirabella laughed at this, and the sound was bright with recognition and irony. "I am Mirabella Took," she said, "and I have spent these past weeks doing exactly what you dream of. I have walked roads unknown and seen lands beyond the Shire. And do you know where my journey has led me? Right back to where I started, or near enough." Gundobald's eyes widened. "A Took," he said with evident delight. "I might have guessed it. They say the Tooks have wanderlust in their blood, though I have never met one who acted on it. Tell me, what was it like? What did you see?" They sat together on the bank of the stream, and Mirabella found herself telling him everything. She spoke of the peddler and the compass, of the journey through strange lands, of the dwarves and the ancient forest, and the mysterious old woman. She showed him the compass, now still again, its needle pointing directly at Gundobald himself. She showed him the pouch with the 3 seeds, glowing softly in the morning light. Gundobald listened to it all with rapt attention, his face alive with wonder and longing. But when she finished, he did not speak immediately of his own dreams or desires. Instead, he asked a question that struck to the heart of everything. "And what did you learn, Mirabella Took? What did all that travelling teach you about what you were seeking?" Mirabella was quiet for a long moment, watching the water flow past, thinking of all she had seen and done. "I learnt," she said slowly, "that adventure is not just about going to far places or seeing strange things. I learned that the journey matters as much as the destination, and that sometimes what we seek is not what we think we seek at all." She looked down at the compass, at the needle pointing steadily at Gundobald. "I thought I wanted to make my mark on the world, to be remembered, to do something extraordinary. But the compass has led me here, to this stream, to you. And I find myself wondering if perhaps my true desire was something different all along." "What do you think it was?" Gundobald asked softly. "I think," Mirabella said, choosing her words with care, "that what I truly wanted was not to escape the Shire, or to prove myself grander than I am, but to find a place where I could be fully myself, to find someone who understood the restlessness in my heart and did not ask me to quiet it, to build something lasting and good, something that would grow and endure long after I am gone." She opened the pouch and poured the 3 seeds into her palm. "The old woman told me to plant these when I knew my true path," she said. "They will grow into something that marks my place in the world and serves as a legacy for generations." Gundobald looked at the seeds, then at Mirabella, then back at the seeds. His face was serious now, thoughtful, in a way that made him seem older than his years. "I am no Took," he said. "I have not your family's reputation for adventure or your bold spirit, but I understand the feeling of wanting more than what you are given, of dreaming of horizons beyond what you can see. If you were to stay here, in the East Farthing, would you feel that you were giving up your dreams, or might you find a way to live them differently?" Mirabella considered this question, and as she did, she felt the last piece of her journey fall into place. The compass had not failed her or led her astray. It had brought her exactly where she needed to be, but not for the reasons she had expected. She had thought she was seeking adventure in distant lands, but her heart's true desire had been for something both simpler and more profound. "I think," she said, "that dreams change as we grow to understand them better. I think that building a life with purpose and meaning, with someone who shares your spirit even if not your bloodline, is its own kind of adventure. I think that leaving a legacy of growth and beauty in the world is as worthy as any deed done in far countries." "Then will you stay?" Gundobald asked, and his voice was hopeful but not pleading. "But on one condition. We plant these seeds together, here by this stream. and we tend what grows from them with care. They will be a symbol of journeys taken and journeys yet to come, of roots deep in good earth and branches reaching toward the sky. Gundobald smiled, and in that smile Mirabella saw her future unfold, not in images like those the pool had shown her, but in the solid certainty of a choice well made. Together, they chose the spot with care, a place where the bank rose gently from the stream and the soil was rich and dark. The willows overhead would provide shade in summer, and the water's presence would ensure the young trees never went thirsty. Mirabella knelt and began to dig with her hands, Gundobald joining her, and together they prepared 3 holes in the earth, spacing them in a triangle that would allow each tree room to grow. As Mirabella placed the first seed in its earthen bed, she felt a tremor run through the ground beneath her knees. The seed seemed to pulse with light, brighter now than it had been in the pouch, as though it recognized that its time had come at last. She covered it gently with soil and moved to the second hole, then the third, Gundobald helping her pat down the earth and whisper words of encouragement to the buried seeds. For a long moment, nothing happened. The stream continued its burbling song, the willows swayed gently in the breeze, and the morning sun climbed higher in the sky. Mirabella felt a flutter of doubt. What if the old woman had been mistaken? What if the seeds were nothing more than ordinary seeds, and all the magic she thought she had experienced was merely her own imagination? But then the earth began to move, not violently, not like a tremor or a shifting of the ground, but with a gentle, purposeful heaving as something beneath pushed upward toward the light. Mirabella and Gundobald scrambled back as 3 green shoots emerged from the soil, growing before their eyes at a pace that defied all natural law. The shoots became saplings, the saplings became young trees, and still they grew, their trunks thickening and their branches spreading, until 3 magnificent trees stood where moments before there had been only bare earth. But these were no ordinary trees. Their bark gleamed silver in the sunlight, and their leaves were shaped like stars, each one shimmering with an inner radiance that spoke of the ancient magic that had given them birth. The trees were neither oak nor ash, elm nor beech, but something older than any tree that commonly grew in Middle-earth. They were, Mirabella realized, kin to the great tree in the forest clearing, children of the oldest tree in the world. From the branches hung blossoms of white and gold. Though it was autumn, and no tree should have been in bloom, the fragrance that filled the air was sweet beyond description, like honey and starlight and the memory of summer days. Bees that had no business being abroad so late in the season appeared from nowhere and began to dance among the flowers, and birds came to perch in the branches and sing songs more beautiful than any Mirabella had heard, even in the forest. "This is the legacy," she said softly, her hand finding Gundobald's. "This is what the old woman meant. These trees will stand here for generations, a marker of the choice we have made and the life we will build together." Gundobald was speechless with wonder, his eyes wide as he took in the magnificence of what they had created. Finally he found his voice. "They are beyond anything I could have imagined," he said. "But Mirabella, what will people say? How will we explain trees that grew in moments, that bloom out of season, that shine with their own light?" "We will tell them the truth," Mirabella said with a smile, "or as much of the truth as they can accept. We will say that I brought seeds from my travels and planted them here with you, that they are a rare variety from lands beyond the Shire, and that they grow strangely because of their foreign nature. Hobbits love a good story, and this one has the benefit of being mostly true." In the days that followed, Mirabella sent word to her family in Tuckborough, explaining that she had decided to settle in the East Farthing, and would soon be married to Gundobald Bracegirdle. Her mother Adamanta was scandalized, her father Gerontius was bemused, but her sister Belladonna sent her blessing and her joy. Within the month, Mirabella and Gundobald were wed in a simple ceremony beneath the 3 silver trees, with family from both sides gathered to witness their union. The trees became famous throughout the Shire. People travelled from all 4 farthings to see them, to stand in their shade and breathe in their remarkable fragrance. The honey produced by the bees that lived in their branches was said to have healing properties, and the few leaves that fell were treasured as charms for good fortune. The Bracegirdles became known as the keepers of the Silver Grove, and their farm prospered beyond anything Gundobald's family had known before. Mirabella and Gundobald built their life together with the same care they had taken in planting the seeds. They had children, 3 daughters and 2 sons, each one as bright and adventurous as their mother, and as steady and true as their father. Mirabella told her children stories of her journey, of the peddler and the compass and the old woman in the forest, and when they were old enough to understand, she showed them the compass itself, which she had kept safe all these years. The compass no longer pointed to any particular direction. Its needle spun freely now, its purpose fulfilled, but Mirabella treasured it nonetheless. It was a reminder of the journey that had led her to her true home, of the difference between what we think we want and what our hearts truly desire. She placed it in a small wooden box, carved by Gundobald with patterns that echoed those on the original box the peddler had given her, and this became the Bracegirdle family's most precious heirloom. As the years passed and Mirabella's hair turned from honey gold to silver, the trees grew ever more beautiful. Their roots spread deep and wide, strengthening the banks of the stream and enriching the soil for miles around. Their branches reached high, creating a canopy that could be seen from far across the East Farthing. And always, in every season, they bore their white and gold blossoms, a perpetual reminder of magic and promise kept. Mirabella lived to a great age, as the Tooks often did, and when at last she passed from Middle-earth, she was buried beneath the central tree, the first of the 3 that she had planted. Gundobald joined her there some years later, and their children, when their time came, were laid to rest nearby. The Silver Grove became not just a place of beauty, but a sacred ground, where the Bracegirdles honoured their ancestors and remembered the founding of their family's fortune. And now I must tell you, dear reader, that this tale of Mirabella Took and Gundobald Bracegirdle is not merely folklore but family history, for I am descended from their union through their eldest daughter, Primrose. The compass still rests in my possession, kept safe in the carved wooden box that has passed from generation to generation. The Silver Grove still stands in the East Farthing, though fewer hobbits make the journey to see it these days, occupied as they are with their own concerns and comforts. But I have walked beneath those trees many times, and I can tell you that the magic has not faded with the passing years. The blossoms still bloom in every season, the fragrance still sweetens the air, and if you sit quietly beneath their branches, you can sometimes hear whispers of old wisdom carried on the breeze. My grandmother Poppy used to say that the trees remember everything, that they hold within their silver bark all the stories of those who have rested in their shade, and I believe her. The lesson of Mirabella's tale, as my grandmother would explain when the story was done and the fire burning low, is this, that we often do not know our own hearts as well as we think we do. We set out seeking one thing and find another, and if we are wise, we recognize that the finding is more precious than what we thought we sought. Mirabella believed she wanted adventure and fame, to make her mark upon the wide world. But her heart's true desire was for connection and legacy, for roots as deep as the trees she planted, and love as enduring as their silver bark. My grandmother would also point out, with a twinkle in her eye, that sometimes the greatest adventures are the ones we have at home, in the company of those we love, building something that will outlast us. For what greater adventure is there than the creation of a family, the nurturing of a legacy, the planting of seeds that will grow into something magnificent long after we are gone? Now, you might think that one tale of magic and wonder would be sufficient for an evening's entertainment, and among most folk, you would be right. But we are speaking of the folklore of the Shire, and hobbits, as I have noted, are possessed of an appetite for stories that matches their appetite for food. So, let me continue, if you will bear with me, with another tale from our collection, one that takes us from the East Farthing to the West Farthing, and from matters of the heart to matters of considerably more comedic nature. This second tale concerns itself with a hobbit named Mungo Smallburrow, who lived in the days before the fell winter, when the Shire was prosperous and peaceful, and the greatest threat most hobbits faced was the possibility of running short of pipeweed before the next harvest. Mungo was not a particularly remarkable hobbit in most respects. He was neither especially brave nor notably clever, neither wealthy nor impoverished, neither handsome nor ugly. He was, in short, perfectly ordinary, which made what happened to him all the more extraordinary. Mungo lived in a comfortable hobbit hole in Needlehole, in the West Farthing, where he worked as a miller. His mill stood on the banks of the water, and it was said that he could grind flour finer than any other miller in the Shire, a skill that made him popular with the local bakers and ensured he always had steady work. He was a bachelor, having never found a lass who caught his fancy, or perhaps having never quite worked up the courage to do his courting properly. and he lived alone with only a fat orange cat named Buttercup for company. Now, Mungo had a peculiar habit, one that set tongues wagging among his neighbours and provided endless amusement at the Green Dragon Inn. Every evening, after his work at the mill was done and his supper eaten, he would sit on the bench outside his hobbit hole and talk to himself. Not quietly, mind you, but in a loud, animated fashion, as though he were having a conversation with someone who was actually there. He would laugh at his own jokes, argue with his own opinions, and sometimes even sing duets with himself, taking both the high part and the low. The neighbours found this behaviour odd but harmless, and over time they grew accustomed to the sound of Mungo's voice carrying across the evening air. Some of the children would creep close to listen, delighted by the elaborate stories he seemed to be telling to his invisible companion. The adults, being more practical-minded, simply shook their heads and muttered about poor Mungo being touched in the head, but alone and harmless, and left him to his peculiarities. What none of them knew, what Mungo himself did not know for the longest time, was that he was not actually talking to himself at all. He was talking to a brownie, one of the small folk who sometimes attach themselves to particular households, and help with the chores in exchange for small offerings of food and respect. The brownie had taken up residence in Mungo's mill some years back, and being of a friendly disposition, had struck up a conversation with the lonely miller one evening. Mungo, who had perhaps had 1 pint too many at the Green Dragon that day, had responded, and thus began their nightly conversations. The peculiar thing about brownies, and this is something not widely known among hobbits, is that they can choose whether or not to be seen and heard. To Mungo, the brownie was as clear and present as any hobbit, a small fellow about 2 feet tall with a wrinkled face like a walnut and ears that stuck out at comical angles. They had splendid conversations about everything from the weather to the nature of the universe, and Mungo had quite forgotten that he had been lonely before his small friend arrived. But to everyone else, there was nothing there at all. They saw only Mungo, sitting on his bench, gesticulating at empty air, and laughing at jokes no one else could hear. This state of affairs might have continued indefinitely, with Mungo blissfully unaware that others could not see his companion, had it not been for the arrival in Needlehole of Poppy Burrows, a young hobbit lass from Bywater who had come to stay with her aunt. Poppy Burrows was everything that Mungo was not. Where he was ordinary, she was remarkable. Where he was shy, she was bold. Where he was content with routine, she was curious about everything. She had come to Needlehole because her aunt, Mungo Smallburrow, had taken ill and needed someone to help manage her household until she recovered. Marigold happened to be Mungo's nearest neighbour, which meant that Poppy had ample opportunity to observe the peculiar miller and his evening conversations with empty air. Unlike the other hobbits of Needlehole who had grown accustomed to Mungo's oddity, Poppy was fascinated. On her 3rd evening in the village, she positioned herself in her aunt's garden, ostensibly weeding the flower beds, but actually watching Mungo through the hedge. She saw him settle onto his bench, saw him greet someone who was not there, saw him laugh and gesture, as though in delightful company. But more than that, she heard his side of the conversation clearly, and what she heard was not the rambling of a mad hobbit, but rather sensible, interesting discourse about the proper way to maintain millstones, and whether the upcoming harvest would be good or poor. On the 4th evening, Poppy's curiosity got the better of her. She walked boldly up to Mungo's gate and called out a greeting. Mungo, in the middle of explaining to the brownie why he preferred barley flour to wheat for certain purposes, looked up in surprise and confusion. The brownie, who was perched on the bench beside him, eating a piece of seed cake, stopped mid-chew and watched with bright, interested eyes. "Good evening, Miss Burrows," Mungo said, standing politely. "Can I help you with something? Is your aunt well?" "Quite well, thank you," Poppy replied, letting herself through the gate without waiting for an invitation. "I was simply wondering who you were talking to. I have heard you every evening since I arrived, and you seem to be having such engaging conversations. I thought perhaps I might join you." Mungo turned bright red, from the tips of his ears to the base of his neck. "Talking to," he stammered. "I was not. That is to say, I was merely, well," he trailed off, unable to explain away what she had clearly witnessed. The brownie, who had been watching this exchange with growing amusement, decided it was time to intervene. He hopped down from the bench and walked directly up to Poppy, looking up at her with his wrinkled face split in a wide grin. "Tell her, Mungo," the brownie said. "Tell her about me. She has the sight, this one. I can see it in her eyes." "I beg your pardon," Mungo said to the brownie. "What do you mean she has the sight?" I mean, the brownie said patiently, that she can see me if she chooses to. Not everyone can, you know. Most folk are too wrapped up in the ordinary world to notice the extraordinary right under their noses. But this lass, she has the gift if she will only use it. Tell her to look properly, not just with her eyes, but with her heart. Mungo, who by now was thoroughly confused and embarrassed, turned to Poppy with a helpless expression. I realize this will sound mad, he began, but I have a friend who says that you might be able to see him if you try. He is a brownie, which is a kind of small folk, and he has lived in my mill for several years now. I thought everyone could see him until recently when I realized that I have been appearing quite strange to my neighbors. Poppy's eyes widened, not with fear or mockery, but with genuine wonder. A brownie, she breathed. My grandmother used to tell stories about the small folk, but I never thought to meet one. How do I see him? Look at the bench, Mungo said, feeling foolish but determined to see this through. Look at the space beside where I was sitting, and try to see not what you expect to be there, but what actually is there. Poppy did as he instructed, focusing her gaze on the bench and opening her mind to possibility. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, like an image slowly coming into focus, she saw him. The small wrinkled face, the outsized ears, the bright mischievous eyes. The brownie waved at her cheerfully, and Poppy let out a gasp of delighted laughter. I see him, she exclaimed. I actually see him. Oh, Mungo, you are not mad at all. You have a brownie friend. How wonderful. From that evening forward, everything changed for Mungo. Poppy became a regular visitor to his bench, joining in the conversations with the brownie, and bringing offerings of cake and cream, which the small fellow accepted with great pleasure. She learned that his name was Thistlewick, that he had been with the mill for longer than Mungo had owned it, and that he considered it his sacred duty to ensure the mill ran smoothly and the flour was ground fine. Through their shared friendship with Thistlewick, Mungo and Poppy grew close. They discovered they had much in common beyond their ability to see the brownie. They both loved the sound of the mill wheel turning, the smell of fresh ground grain, the way morning mist rose from the water. They both enjoyed quiet evenings and good conversation. They both believed in magic, though they had each thought themselves alone in that belief. When Poppy's aunt recovered, and it came time for her to return to Bywater, Mungo found himself facing the prospect with a heavy heart. He had grown accustomed to her presence, to her laughter brightening his evenings, to the way she understood him without need for explanation. On her last evening in Needlehole, as they sat together on the bench with Thistlewick between them, Mungo finally found his courage. I was wondering, he said, his voice uncertain, if perhaps you might consider staying. Not at your aunt's, of course, but here, with me, as my wife, I mean, if you would have me. Poppy smiled, a smile that lit up her whole face like sunrise. I thought you would never ask, she said. Of course I will stay. How could I leave when I have only just found someone who understands about brownies and magic and all the things that make life worth living? Thistlewick, who had known this would happen from the moment Poppy first appeared at the gate, smiled his wrinkled smile and said nothing. But that night, when the happy couple had gone inside to celebrate their engagement, he danced a little jig on the bench and sang a song of joy so soft that only the stars could hear. Mungo and Poppy were married in the spring, beneath the willows that grew along the water near the mill. Thistlewick attended the ceremony, visible only to the bride and groom, and he wept tears of joy into a handkerchief no bigger than a postage stamp. The other guests, who could not see the brownie, remarked on how the couple kept smiling at empty air, but by now the folk of Needlehole had grown accustomed to Mungo's eccentricities, and they assumed Poppy had simply grown fond of them as well. The newlyweds settled into a life of contentment at the mill. Poppy proved to have a gift for baking, and her bread became as famous as Mungo's fine ground flour. Together they prospered, and Thistlewick prospered with them, for they never forgot to leave out offerings of cream and cake, and they always spoke to him with respect and affection. In time, Poppy bore 3 children, 2 daughters and a son, and each of them inherited the gift of sight, able to see Thistlewick as clearly as their parents did. The brownie became a beloved member of the household, teaching the children the old ways and the old songs, showing them how to move quietly and notice the small magics that exist in everyday life. The Smallburrow children grew up knowing that the world was larger and stranger than most hobbits imagined, and they carried that knowledge with them throughout their lives, passing it down to their own children in turn. When Mungo and Poppy grew old, Thistlewick remained unchanged, for the small folk do not age as mortals do. He tended the mill long after Mungo's hands grew too stiff to work the stones, and he watched over Poppy when her steps grew slow and uncertain. And when at last they passed from Middle-earth, as all mortals must, Thistlewick wept again, but his tears were mixed with gratitude for the years of friendship they had shared. The brownie remained at the mill, tending it for Mungo and Poppy's descendants, appearing to those who had the sight and remaining hidden from those who did not. And to this day, also my grandmother told me, there is a brownie at the old mill in Needlehole, though fewer and fewer hobbits can see him, for the gift of sight has grown rare in these latter days, when folk prefer what they can touch and measure to what they must perceive with heart and imagination. The moral of this tale, my grandmother would say, is twofold. First, that what others perceive as madness may simply be vision, the ability to see truths that most folk overlook in their hurry through ordinary life. And second, that magic is not gone from the world, but only hidden from those who have lost the ability to recognize it. The small folk still walk among us, the old powers still linger in forgotten places, and wonder awaits those who open their hearts to possibility. And now, dear reader, we come to the end of this first collection of tales from the Shire. I have shared with you the story of my ancestor Mirabella and her journey to discover her true desire, and the tale of Mungo Smallburrow and his friendship with the unseen brownie. These are but two of the many stories that have been told beside Shire hearths for generations, two threads in the rich tapestry of our folklore. There are other tales I could tell, and perhaps will tell in future volumes if these are well received. There are stories of clever hobbits who outwitted trolls, of brave lasses who ventured into Barrow-downs and returned with treasure, of mysterious visitors who appeared at market and vanished like morning mist, of curses and blessings, of magic both dark and light. The Shire is full of such tales, more than could be contained in a dozen volumes, and each one holds a kernel of truth wrapped in layers of embellishment and imagination. But what all these tales share, what makes them truly part of the folklore of the Shire, is that they speak to who we are as a people. We hobbits may seem simple folk to the casual observer, content with our gardens and our meals, our pipes and our parties, and indeed we are content with these things, for we understand that there is deep magic in the ordinary, profound joy in the everyday, and that the small and comfortable can be as worthy of song as the grand and glorious. Yet within that contentment lives a spark of something more, the Took blood that runs through some of our veins, the curiosity that makes us listen to travelers' tales, the courage that emerges when our homes are threatened, the loyalty that binds us to friends and family beyond all reason. We are a people who value both roots and wings, who treasure our holes in the ground while dreaming of horizons, who build lasting legacies while remaining open to wonder. These stories are our inheritance, passed down from grandparent to grandchild, from elder to youngling, changing slightly with each telling but remaining true in their essence. They teach us how to live, how to love, how to face both the ordinary challenges of daily life and the extraordinary moments when magic breaks through into our world. They remind us that we are part of a long tradition stretching back into the mists of time, and that we have a responsibility to preserve these tales for those who will come after us. As I set down my pen and prepare to close this volume, I think of my grandmother Poppy sitting by the fire, her voice weaving spells in the flickering light, her eyes bright with the joy of storytelling. I think of all the hobbits who have told these tales before me, and all those who will tell them after I am gone. I think of the silver grove growing quietly in the East Farthing, and the brownie tending his mill in Needlehole, and all the other magics, great and small, that persist in the Shire despite the changing of the world. And I am grateful, deeply grateful, to have been given the gift of these stories, and the privilege of sharing them with you. May they bring you comfort in troubled times, joy in moments of sorrow, and the reminder that magic still exists for those with eyes to see and hearts to believe. Thus ends the first volume of the Chronicles of the Shire, compiled and set down by Fastred Bracegirdle of Hardbottle in the year 1390 of the Shire reckoning. For the preservation of our folklore and the delight of all who love a good tale well told, may these stories endure as long as hobbits walk beneath the sun and stars of Middle-earth. Story 2. In the days when the Shire was yet young and the party tree had not grown to its full majesty, there lived in Hobbiton a peculiar hobbit by the name of Merimas Goodbarrel. Now, Merimas was not peculiar in the way that some hobbits might whisper about behind closed doors, nor was he one to go on adventures or consort with big folk. No. What made Merimas peculiar was his extraordinary talent for finding things that were lost, though he himself could never explain quite how he did it. It is said that Merimas could walk through the marketplace at Michel Delving and know, without looking, that old Widow Bracegirdle had dropped her best silver thimble 3 stalls back. He could stand in his garden at sunset and sense that young Tolman Took had left his favourite marbles somewhere near the water, a full mile away. The hobbits of the Shire marvelled at this gift, though some of the more suspicious folk muttered that there was something uncanny about it, something that smacked of elvish magic, or worse. But Merimas paid no mind to such whispers. He was a kindly hobbit, round of belly and generous of spirit, with curly brown hair that was always slightly dishevelled and a smile that crinkled the corners of his bright hazel eyes. He lived alone in a small but comfortable hobbit hole called Kindling Hearth, which sat on the gentle slope of Hobbiton Hill, with a round green door and windows that looked out over the rolling fields toward Bywater. Every morning Merimas would rise with the sun, prepare himself a proper breakfast of eggs, bacon, mushrooms, tomatoes and toast with butter and blackberry jam, and then settle into his favourite armchair by the window, with his pipe. It was during these quiet morning hours, as the smoke from his pipeweed curled lazily toward the ceiling, that folk from all corners of the Shire would come knocking at his round green door. Lost a pocket watch? Merimas would close his eyes, draw deeply on his pipe, and after a moment's contemplation, direct you to look beneath the floorboards in your parlour, or perhaps in the hollow of the old oak by Bindbale Wood. Misplaced your grandmother's recipe book? Merimas would tilt his head, as if listening to a voice only he could hear, and tell you it had fallen behind the shelf in your pantry, wedged between the wall and a sack of flour. And always, he was right. For his services, Merimas asked nothing in return, though grateful hobbits often left small tokens of appreciation. A basket of apples from the orchard, a wheel of cheese from the Cotton's dairy, or a bottle of old Wynyards from the Gaffer's private stock. Merimas accepted these gifts with humble gratitude, for he believed that his peculiar talent was meant to serve his neighbours, not to line his pockets with coin. Now it happened one autumn, when the leaves were turning gold and russet upon the trees and the harvest had been brought in from the fields, that a great disturbance came upon the Shire. From Tookland to Eastfarthing, from the Bounds in the north to Sarnford in the south, hobbits began to report the most distressing news. Things were going missing. Not just the usual sort of things that get misplaced in the course of daily life, mind you, but precious heirlooms, treasured keepsakes, items of great sentimental value that hobbits kept close and guarded well. The Thane's silver seal, used to authenticate important documents for generations of Tooks, vanished from its locked box. Old Ferumbras, Took the Third's collection of walking sticks, each one carved with intricate designs and passed down through the family, disappeared from the umbrella stand in the Great Smiles. In Bywater, the Cottons discovered that their grandmother's wedding quilt, a masterwork of needlework that had taken 3 years to complete, had vanished from the cedar chest where it had been kept for safekeeping. Throughout the West Farthing, similar tales of loss echoed from hole to hole. What made these disappearances all the more troubling was that there seemed to be no rhyme or reason to them. The items taken were not always valuable in the way that a burglar might prize. Gold and silver were often left untouched, while seemingly ordinary objects went missing. A child's wooden toy here, a book of pressed flowers there, a walking stick, a quilt, a seal. It was as though someone or something was collecting memories rather than treasures. Naturally, all eyes turned to Merimas Goodbarrel. Surely, if anyone could find these missing items, it would be he with his uncanny gift. And so they came to Kindling Hearth in droves, lining up outside his round green door from dawn until dusk, each bearing tales of loss and pleading for his help. The Thane himself made the journey from Tuckborough, his official coach rumbling through the lanes of Hobbiton, much to the excitement of the local gossips. Merimas received them all with his customary kindness, listening carefully to each story, drawing thoughtfully on his pipe as he always did. But something was different this time. When he closed his eyes and reached out with that mysterious sense that had never failed him before, he felt nothing. It was as if the missing items had simply ceased to exist, leaving no trace, no whisper of their whereabouts in the world. For the first time in his life, Merimas Goodbarrel was stumped. These things had not simply been misplaced or forgotten. They had been taken, and taken by someone or something that knew how to hide them from even his peculiar abilities. And as he sat alone in his armchair that evening, watching the sun set over the fields of the Shire, Merimas Goodbarrel made a decision that would change his comfortable, predictable life forever. He would find out what was happening to the treasures of the Shire, and he would get them back. The next morning dawned grey and drizzly, the sort of weather that makes sensible hobbits want to stay indoors with a cup of tea and a good book. But Merimas had no intention of staying indoors. He rose before dawn, packed a small knapsack with provisions, bread and cheese, a few apples, and a flask of cider, and set out on the road toward Tuckborough. If he was going to solve this mystery, he reasoned, he should start where the most important item had been taken, the Thane's silver seal. The road to Tuckborough was familiar to Merimas, though he had not travelled it often. He passed through the sleepy village of Bywater, just as the mill wheel was beginning to turn. The sound of rushing water mingling with the first calls of roosters from nearby farms. A few early risers nodded to him as he passed, their faces curious, for it was unusual to see Merimas Goodbarrel so far from his comfortable armchair at kindling hearth. By mid-morning, the drizzle had stopped, and weak sunlight broke through the clouds, painting the countryside in shades of gold and amber. Merimas walked steadily, his walking stick tapping a rhythm on the packed earth of the road. As he walked, he thought about the pattern of the thefts, items of sentimental value, things that carried memories and stories. It reminded him of something, though he could not quite put his finger on what. The great smiles of Tuckborough rose before him by early afternoon, a sprawling complex of interconnected tunnels and chambers that housed the Took family and their retainers. It was said that one could walk for hours through the great smiles and never see the same passage twice, and Merimas believed it. The main entrance was marked by a grand doorway, round and red, with brass fittings that gleamed even in the dim light. Merimas was expected. The Thane had sent word ahead, and a young hobbit in the Took family livery met him at the door and escorted him through a bewildering series of corridors to the Thane's private study. The room was warm and comfortable, lined with bookshelves and smelling pleasantly of old leather and pipe smoke. The Thane himself, Farumbras Took III, sat behind a massive oak desk, his fingers drumming impatiently on the polished surface. "Merimas Goodbarrel," the Thane said, his voice carrying the authority of his position but also a note of genuine worry. "Thank you for coming. I trust my messenger explained the urgency of the matter. The silver seal has been in my family for 9 generations. Without it, I cannot properly authenticate documents, settle disputes, or carry out my duties as Thane. The Shire itself is at risk if we cannot recover it." Merimas nodded respectfully and asked to see where the seal had been kept. The Thane led him to a small adjoining room, little more than a closet, where a heavy wooden box sat on a shelf. The box was still locked, its mechanism undamaged. Yet when the Thane opened it with his key, it was empty save for the velvet cushion on which the seal had rested. Merimas examined the box carefully, running his fingers over the wood, checking the lock, even sniffing the interior as if he might detect some trace of the thief. He closed his eyes and reached out with his peculiar sense, hoping that here, at the very place where the seal had been taken, he might feel some whisper of its location. But there was nothing, only the same frustrating emptiness he had felt before. "Tell me," Merimas said at last, opening his eyes, "when did you last see the seal?" The Thane thought for a moment. 3 weeks ago, perhaps 4. I used it to seal a document settling a boundary dispute between the Tooks and the Brandybucks. I returned it to the box myself and locked it, just as I always do. I had no reason to open it again until yesterday, when I needed it to authenticate a letter to Michel Delving. That is when I discovered it was gone. "And who has access to this room?" Merimas asked. The Thane frowned. "Only myself and my wife. The key never leaves my possession. I wear it on a chain around my neck, even when I sleep. It is impossible that anyone could have taken the seal without breaking the lock, yet, as you can see, the lock is intact." Merimas nodded slowly, his mind working through the puzzle. "Is there anything else unusual that has happened recently? Any strangers in Tuckborough? Any odd occurrences? Anything at all out of the ordinary?" The Thane considered this. "There was one thing, though I cannot see how it might be connected. About a month ago, just after the harvest, a peddler came through Tuckborough. He was an odd fellow, taller than most hobbits, with dark hair and darker eyes. He sold trinkets and baubles, nothing of real value. My wife bought a brooch from him, a pretty thing made of silver and blue stones, but he only stayed for a day before moving on. A peddler, Merimas murmured. And did anyone else in the Shire report seeing this peddler? Have any of the other families who lost items mentioned such a visitor? The Thane shrugged. I do not know. I have been too preoccupied with the loss of the seal to make inquiries, but now that you mention it, it would be worth investigating. Merimas agreed. He thanked the Thane for his time and promised to do everything in his power to recover the seal and the other missing items. As he made his way back through the labyrinthine corridors of the Great Smiles, his mind was already racing ahead, piecing together the fragments of information he had gathered. A peddler, dark-haired and dark-eyed, taller than most hobbits. Someone who sold trinkets and moved from place to place. Someone who would have access to many homes, many families, and who would draw little suspicion. It was not much, but it was a start. By the time Merimas emerged from the Great Smiles, the sun was already sinking toward the western horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. He decided to spend the night at the Green Dragon in Bywater, rather than attempt the walk back to Hobbiton in the dark. Tomorrow, he would begin visiting the other families who had lost items, asking about the peddler, trying to trace his movements through the Shire. As he walked down the road toward Bywater, Merimas could not shake the feeling that he was on the edge of something larger than a simple case of theft. There was a pattern here, a purpose behind the taking of these particular items, and whoever this peddler was, Merimas had a growing certainty that he was no ordinary hobbit. The Green Dragon was warm and welcoming when Merimas arrived, its windows glowing with cheerful firelight. The common room was full of hobbits enjoying their evening meal, the air thick with the aroma of roasted meat, fresh bread, and pipe smoke. The innkeeper, a jovial hobbit named Barnabas Rumble, greeted Merimas with a wide smile and showed him to a small table near the fire. As Merimas settled in with a pint of ale and a plate of shepherd's pie, he listened to the conversations flowing around him. Hobbits are great talkers, and in a common room like this, news and gossip spread faster than butter on hot bread. It did not take long before the subject of the missing items came up. Terrible business, that, said an elderly hobbit at the next table, shaking his head sadly. My cousin in Frogmorton lost her mother's music box, the one that played that pretty tune when you opened it. Had it for 40 years, she did, and now it is gone without a trace. She has been beside herself with grief. Another hobbit, younger but no less troubled, chimed in. My sister over in Scary lost a set of painted tiles. Nothing valuable, mind you, but our grandfather made them with his own hands before he passed. She kept them in a wooden box on her mantelpiece. One morning, she woke up and the box was empty. The tiles had simply vanished. Merimas leaned forward slightly, listening intently. Did anyone see strangers in those areas recently? He asked casually. Perhaps a peddler? Or a travelling merchant? The two hobbits looked at him with sudden interest, recognizing him now as the famous finder of lost things. Why, yes, the younger hobbit said, his eyes widening. Now that you mention it, my sister did say something about a peddler who came through Scary about 3 weeks back. Sold her a ribbon, she did. Said he was a queer fellow, taller than most hobbits, and with an accent she could not quite place. Do you think he might have something to do with the thefts? I am beginning to suspect he might, Merimas replied carefully. This peddler seems to have been seen in several places where items have gone missing. I would very much like to speak with anyone who encountered him. The elderly hobbit nodded vigorously. You should talk to old Fosco Boffin. He lives just up the road in Overhill. I heard tell he had quite a conversation with this peddler fellow, even invited him in for tea, being the hospitable sort that Fosco is. He might remember more details. Merimas thanked them and made a mental note to visit Fosco Boffin first thing in the morning. He finished his meal in thoughtful silence, his mind turning over the pieces of the puzzle. The peddler had been seen in Tuckborough, Frogmorton and Scary, all places where items had gone missing. He sold small trinkets, gained entry to homes through the guise of honest trade, and then somehow managed to steal treasured heirlooms without leaving any trace. But how did he do it? The locks were never broken. The boxes never forced open. It was as if the items simply ceased to exist the moment he desired them. Merimas had encountered many clever thieves in his years of finding lost things, but none who could work such seemingly impossible feats. That night, Merimas slept fitfully in the small room Barnabas had prepared for him. His dreams were troubled, filled with shadowy figures moving through the Shire, taking things that glowed with an inner light, leaving only darkness in their wake. He woke before dawn, unrested but determined, and set out for Overhill as soon as the first light touched the eastern sky. Overhill was a small cluster of hobbit holes built into a hillside overlooking the water. Fosco Boffin's home was easy to find, marked by a bright yellow door and a garden full of late-blooming roses. Merimas knocked, and after a moment, the door opened to reveal a stout hobbit with a shock of white hair and twinkling blue eyes. "Merimas Goodbarrel," Fosco exclaimed with delight. "What brings you to my humble door this fine morning?" Come in. I was just putting the kettle on for second breakfast." Merimas accepted the invitation gratefully, and soon found himself seated in a cosy kitchen, a steaming cup of tea before him, and a plate of scones within easy reach. After the usual pleasantries and inquiries about mutual acquaintances, Merimas steered the conversation to the matter at hand. "Fosco, I have been told you had an encounter with a certain peddler who has been travelling through the Shire. Can you tell me about him?" Fosco's cheerful expression grew thoughtful. "Ah, yes, the peddler. Strange fellow, that one. He came by about a month ago, carrying a pack full of odds and ends. Ribbons, buttons, small mirrors, that sort of thing. Nothing expensive, but pretty enough to catch the eye." "Did you buy anything from him?" Merimas asked. Fosco nodded. "I did, as a matter of fact. A little wooden box, carved with flowers. I thought it would make a nice gift for my niece. He sold it to me for just a few coppers, seemed eager to make a sale." "And did you invite him inside?" "Yes, I did. It was a cold day, and he looked half frozen from walking. I am not one to turn away a traveller, especially not during tea time. We sat right here in this kitchen, and we talked for the better part of an hour." Merimas leaned forward. "What did you talk about? Did he ask you any particular questions?" Fosco thought for a moment, his brow furrowing. "Now that you mention it, he did seem very interested in family histories. Asked me about my relatives, about treasured family heirlooms, about the old stories and traditions of the Shire. At the time, I thought he was just making conversation, being polite, you know. But looking back on it, he was remarkably curious about such things." Merimas felt a chill run down his spine. "And did you tell him about any specific items? Family treasures, perhaps?" Fosco's eyes widened as realization dawned. "I did. I told him about my great-aunt's silver thimble, the one she used to sew the Thane's banner back in her youth. It has been in our family for generations, kept in a special case in the parlour." "Merimas, you don't think—" His voice trailed off as he rose from his chair and hurried into the next room. Merimas followed and watched as Fosco opened a glass-fronted cabinet and took out a small wooden case. With trembling fingers, the old hobbit lifted the lid. The case was empty. The thimble was gone. Fosco sank into a nearby chair, his face pale. "But I checked this case just 2 days ago when I was dusting. The thimble was there then. How could it have vanished?" Merimas placed a comforting hand on the old hobbit's shoulder. "I intend to find out, Fosco, and I promise you I will get it back, along with all the other treasures that have been taken. But I need your help. I need you to describe this peddler to me in as much detail as you can remember. Every feature, every mannerism, everything he said or did." For the next hour, Fosco recounted his meeting with the mysterious peddler. The peddler was tall for a hobbit, Fosco explained, though not so tall as to seem like one of the big folk. He stood perhaps a hand's breadth above the average hobbit, with a lean build that spoke of much walking and little sitting. His hair was dark as a raven's wing, worn long and tied back with a leather cord, but it was his eyes that Fosco remembered most clearly, dark and deep, like pools of still water that reflected everything but revealed nothing. "He had a pleasant enough manner," Fosco continued, "but there was something about him that made me uneasy, though I could not say what. His smile never quite reached his eyes, and when he spoke of the items he was selling, it seemed almost as if he cared nothing for them at all, as if they were merely excuses to gain entry to our homes. And his voice, there was something odd about his voice. It was smooth and musical, almost hypnotic. When he spoke, you found yourself wanting to answer his questions, to tell him things you might not ordinarily share with a stranger." Merimas nodded, making mental notes of every detail. "Did he say where he was from or where he was headed next?" Fosco shook his head. He was vague about such things. When I asked where he had come from, he said only that he was a wanderer, that he had no fixed home but travelled wherever the roads took him. And when I asked where he was going, he smiled that strange smile and said he would go wherever he was needed most. A wanderer with no home, Merimas murmured, and always asking about family treasures, about items with deep sentimental value. Fosco, did he touch anything while he was here? Did he handle any of your belongings? The old hobbit thought carefully. He did, actually. He asked to see some of my books, said he was interested in the histories of the Shire. I showed him my collection, and he spent some time looking through them, particularly the old family chronicles. He also admired a few other items around the house, picked them up to examine them more closely. At the time, I thought nothing of it, but now I wonder if he was somehow marking them, choosing which ones to take. Merimas rose from his chair and began to pace the room, his mind working rapidly. This was no ordinary thief. The peddler was methodical, deliberate. He gained the trust of hobbits through honest trade, learned about their most precious possessions through seemingly innocent conversation, and then took those items through means that defied explanation. But why? What could he possibly want with a silver seal, a music box, a set of painted tiles, a thimble? These were not items that could be easily sold for profit. Their value lay in their memories, their stories, their connection to the families who treasured them. Unless, Merimas thought suddenly, that was exactly what the thief wanted. Not the objects themselves, but the memories and stories they contained. But how could anyone steal a memory? How could one take the essence of a thing rather than just the thing itself? It seemed impossible. Yet the more Merimas considered it, the more certain he became that this was the key to understanding the mystery. He turned back to Fosco. Tell me, after the peddler left, did you notice anything different about yourself? Any change in how you felt or thought? Any memories that seemed dimmer or harder to recall? Fosco's eyes widened. Now that you mention it, yes. I have been having the strangest feeling lately, as if there are gaps in my recollection, moments from my past that seem foggy or distant. I thought it was just old age catching up with me, but perhaps it is something more. Merimas felt his heart quicken. That is important, Fosco. Very important. I think this peddler is not just stealing objects. I think he is stealing the memories and stories attached to them, draining them of their meaning, and leaving only empty shells behind. That would explain why I cannot sense where the missing items are. They are still in the world, but they have been hollowed out, stripped of the very essence that makes them real. But who could do such a thing? Fosco asked, his voice trembling. What manner of creature has such power? Merimas shook his head slowly. I do not know, my friend, but I intend to find out. Thank you for your help. You have given me much to think about. If you remember anything else, anything at all, please send word to me at Kindling Hearth. Merimas left Fosco's home with a heavy heart and a mind full of dark thoughts. As he walked back along the road toward Hobbiton, he considered what he had learned. The peddler was not a hobbit. Of that he was now certain. No hobbit possessed the ability to steal memories, to drain objects of their sentimental essence. This was magic of a sort that had not been seen in the Shire for many long years, if ever. His thoughts turned to old stories, tales his grandmother had told him when he was a young hobbit, stories of creatures that lived in the shadows, between the world of light and the world of darkness, beings that fed on emotion and memory, rather than bread and meat. The elves had names for such things, though they spoke of them rarely and always in hushed tones. Shadow weavers, some called them, memory drinkers, collectors of stories. Could such a creature truly be walking through the Shire, disguised as a simple peddler? The thought chilled Merimas to his core. If his suspicions were correct, then the danger was far greater than anyone had imagined. This was not about recovering stolen property. This was about protecting the very fabric of hobbit life, the memories and traditions that made the Shire what it was. By the time Merimas reached Hobbiton, the sun was high in the sky, and the village was bustling with midday activity. Hobbits called out greetings to him as he passed, but he barely heard them. So deep was he in thought. He made his way directly to Kindling Hearth, intending to consult the old books and scrolls he had inherited from his grandmother, texts that spoke of ancient magic and forgotten lore. But when he rounded the bend in the path and his hobbit hole came into view, he stopped short. His round green door stood open, swinging slightly in the breeze. Merimas was always careful to lock his door when he left, a habit instilled in him by years of keeping lost items safe until they could be returned to their owners. Someone had been inside his home. With his heart pounding, Merimas approached the door cautiously. He peered inside, half expecting to find his belongings ransacked, his comfortable rooms in disarray. But everything appeared to be in order. His armchair sat in its usual place by the window. His pipe rested on the side table. His books lined the shelves in neat rows. Nothing seemed to have been disturbed. Yet as Merimas stepped over the threshold, he felt it immediately. Something was wrong. The air inside Kindling Hearth felt different, emptier somehow, as if the warmth and comfort that had always filled these rooms had been leached away. He walked slowly through each chamber, examining everything carefully, trying to determine what had been taken. It was only when he reached his study that he discovered the truth. The small wooden box, where he kept his most precious possession, a silver locket containing a portrait of his late grandmother, sat open on his desk. The locket was gone. Merimas sank into his chair, his hands trembling. The locket had been his grandmother's dying gift to him, pressed into his palm as she lay in her bed, her breath growing shallow. She had worn it every day of her life, and inside was a tiny painted portrait of her own mother, done in the old style by an artist long since passed from the world. The locket was worthless in terms of coin, but to Merimas it represented everything: his connection to his family, his heritage, the love that had shaped him into the hobbit he had become, and now it was gone, taken by the same creature that had been stealing treasures throughout the Shire. But this time, it was personal. This time the thief had struck at Merimas himself, and in doing so had made a grave mistake. For now Merimas was not just a finder of lost things trying to help his neighbours. Now he was a hobbit with a burning need for justice, a hobbit who would not rest until he had tracked down this shadow weaver and recovered what had been taken. Merimas stood, his jaw set with determination. He went to his bookshelf and pulled down several ancient volumes, books his grandmother had given him that contained knowledge of the old magic, the kind that most hobbits preferred to forget existed. He spread them out on his desk and began to read, searching for any information that might help him understand what he was facing and how to defeat it. Hours passed as Merimas pored over the texts. The sun moved across the sky, casting long shadows through his windows, but he did not notice. He read of creatures that existed on the borders between the seen and unseen world, beings that could walk among mortals wearing borrowed shapes. He read of memory drinkers who sustained themselves not on food or water, but on the emotional essence of treasured objects, drawing strength from the love and grief and joy that mortals poured into their most precious possessions. One passage in particular caught his attention. It was written in an old dialect of Western that took him some time to decipher, but when he did, the words sent a chill through him. These creatures, the text explained, were bound by certain rules. They could not simply take what they wished. They had to be invited in, had to gain entry to a home through the willing permission of its inhabitant. Once inside, they could mark objects they desired, but the actual taking required a different kind of permission, the sharing of stories and memories about the object. In telling the tale of a treasured item to the creature, the victim unknowingly gave it the power to sever the connection between object and owner, allowing the theft to occur days or even weeks later. Merimas thought back to his conversation with Fosco. The peddler had asked about family histories, about heirlooms and their stories, and Fosco had obliged, sharing the tale of his great-aunt's thimble, never suspecting that in doing so he was giving the creature the very power it needed to steal it. The same pattern must have repeated itself in homes throughout the Shire. The peddler would sell some trinket, gain entry, ask innocent-seeming questions, and listen as hobbits proudly recounted the histories of their most cherished possessions. But Merimas had never met the peddler. He had never invited him into Kindling Hearth, or told him about the locket. How then had the creature gained the power to take it? The answer came to him suddenly, and with it, a wave of anger and disgust. His grandmother. The peddler must have visited her before she died, years ago, when Merimas was still young. She must have told him about the locket, about its history and significance, never knowing that she was marking it for theft. The creature had been patient, waiting years for the right moment. Perhaps it had known that taking the locket while his grandmother lived would alert Merimas too soon, would set him on the trail before the creature could gather enough treasures to satisfy its hunger. But now, with so many items already taken from across the Shire, the creature had grown bold enough to strike at Merimas himself. It was a mistake born of arrogance, and it would be the creature's undoing. For now, Merimas knew exactly what he was dealing with, and more importantly, he knew where to find it. The texts spoke clearly on this point. Memory drinkers needed to return periodically to a place of power, a location where the boundary between worlds was thin. There they would sort through their stolen treasures, feeding on the emotional essence they had drained from them, growing stronger with each memory consumed. In the Shire, there were few such places. Most of the land was too well tended, too thoroughly inhabited by hobbits who filled it with their own cheerful presence. But there was one location that hobbits had always avoided. One place where the old magic still lingered strong. The Barrow-downs, those ancient burial mounds that lay to the east, beyond the borders of the Shire proper. It was there, Merimas felt certain, that the peddler would have made his lair. The realization filled him with dread. The Barrow-downs were a place of darkness and sorrow, where the spirits of long-dead men were said to walk, and where no sensible hobbit ventured. But Merimas had no choice. If he wanted to recover the stolen treasures, if he wanted to reclaim his grandmother's locket, and restore what had been taken from the hobbits of the Shire, he would have to go there. He closed his books and began to prepare. He packed a bag with provisions, including a good length of rope, several candles, and a small knife that had been his grandfather's. He was not a warrior, had never held a sword or fired an arrow in his life, but the texts had been clear about one thing. Memory drinkers could be defeated, but not through physical force. They had to be confronted with the very thing they stole, confronted with the living power of memory and love that they could drain from objects, but never truly possess. Merimas had a plan forming in his mind, dangerous and uncertain, but it was the only chance he had. He would go to the Barrow-downs, he would find the creature's lair, and he would challenge it not with weapons, but with stories, with the memories that made the stolen treasures precious in the first place. If he could remind the objects of what they truly were, if he could reforge the connections that the creature had severed, then perhaps the magic would unravel and the treasures would return to their rightful owners. It was a slim hope, but it was all he had. As the sun set over the Shire and darkness crept across the land, Merimas Goodbarrel locked his round green door behind him and set off toward the east. The road before him was long and perilous, leading into lands where hobbits rarely trod. But he walked with steady purpose, his heart filled with determination and his mind focused on a single goal. He would find the memory drinker, he would recover what had been stolen, and he would show this creature that there were some things in the world that could not be taken, no matter how ancient or powerful the thief might be. The road east from Hobbiton was one that Merimas had travelled only rarely in his life, and never beyond the borders of the Shire proper. As he walked through the gathering darkness, the familiar landscapes of his homeland gradually gave way to wilder, stranger country. The neat hedgerows and well-tended gardens became sparse, replaced by overgrown thickets and patches of bramble that seemed to clutch at his clothes as he passed. The moon rose, nearly full, casting everything in shades of silver and shadow. Merimas was grateful for its light, though the pale glow made the landscape seem even more alien and unwelcoming. He passed through Buckland, where a few lights still burned in hobbit hole windows, warm and inviting. He was tempted to stop, to seek shelter and companionship for the night, but he pressed on. Every hour he delayed was another hour the creature had to feed on the stolen memories, to grow stronger from the treasures it had taken. Beyond Buckland, the land changed more dramatically. The Brandywine River marked the eastern border of the Shire, and as Merimas crossed the old stone bridge, he felt as though he were leaving behind not just his home, but the very essence of safety and normalcy. The air on the far side of the river felt different, colder and heavier, as if weighted with ancient sorrow. The old forest loomed to his right, a dark mass of twisted trees that even in moonlight seemed to writhe and whisper among themselves. Merimas gave it a wide berth, remembering the stories told of that place, tales of trees that moved when no one was watching, of paths that led travelers in circles until they were hopelessly lost. He had no desire to add his own disappearance to the list of mysteries plaguing the Shire. Instead, he followed the east road as it climbed gradually into hillier country. The land here was empty of habitation, and had been for many long years. Once, his grandmother had told him, this had been the realm of men, great kingdoms that rose and fell like the turning of seasons. But those kingdoms were dust now, their people scattered or gone into the west, and all that remained were the burial mounds of their ancient kings and queens. The Barrow-downs lay ahead, rising from the earth, like the humped backs of sleeping giants. Even from a distance, Merimas could see them silhouetted against the starry sky. Dozens of grass-covered mounds arranged in patterns that suggested some long-forgotten purpose. Mist clung to their bases, swirling in the night breeze, and from somewhere among them came a sound like distant singing, or perhaps merely the wind playing through hollow places in the earth. Merimas felt his courage waver as he drew closer. Every instinct in his hobbit nature screamed at him to turn back, to flee to the warmth and safety of his home. But he thought of his grandmother's locket, of the Thane's silver seal, of all the treasured items that had been stolen from innocent hobbits, and he steeled himself to continue. The road brought him to the foot of the downs just as midnight approached. Here the mist was thicker, rising to his waist in places, cold and damp against his skin. The grass beneath his feet was wet with dew, and strange night birds called from the darkness. Merimas paused, unsure which way to go. The barrows stretched out before him in all directions, each one looking much like the others in the dim light. He closed his eyes and reached out with his peculiar sense, the gift that had served him so well in finding lost things throughout his life. At first, he felt nothing but the same frustrating emptiness that had plagued him since the thefts began. But then, slowly, he became aware of something new, not the treasures themselves, which remained invisible to his inner sight, but rather the absence they created. It was like trying to see a hole in the darkness, a void shaped by what was missing, rather than what was there. Following this strange negative sensation, Merimas made his way deeper into the downs. He walked between the great mounds, their ancient stones barely visible beneath centuries of accumulated earth and grass. Here and there he saw the remains of old markers, standing stones carved with symbols in a language he did not recognize. Some had fallen, lying half-buried in the turf. Others leaned at precarious angles, as if the very earth were trying to swallow them. The absence he sensed grew stronger as he walked, pulling him forward like an invisible thread. He climbed over a low rise and found himself looking down into a shallow valley. At its center stood a barrow larger than the others, its entrance marked by two massive stone pillars that held up a great capstone. Unlike the other mounds, which were sealed and silent, this one's entrance stood open, a rectangle of absolute blackness that seemed to drink in the moonlight. Merimas stood on the ridge, staring down at the open barrow, and knew without doubt that this was the place he sought, the memory drinker's lair. Somewhere within that ancient tomb, the stolen treasures were gathered, and the creature itself waited, feeding on the memories and stories it had drained from them. For a long moment, Merimas considered his options. He could return to the Shire, raise an alarm, gather a company of brave hobbits to face this threat together. But he dismissed the idea almost as soon as it formed. What could other hobbits do against a creature of shadow and magic? They would be as helpless as he was, and likely more so, for they lacked his peculiar gift and his knowledge of the old lore. No, this was a task that fell to him alone. He had been the one to discover the truth. He had been the one whose most precious possession had been taken, and he would be the one to set things right, or die in the attempt. Taking a deep breath, Merimas began to descend into the valley. His feet found a narrow path, barely visible in the grass, that wound down the slope toward the waiting barrow. As he walked, he rehearsed in his mind the stories he would need to tell, the memories he would have to invoke. Each stolen treasure had a history, a connection to the hobbit who had cherished it. If he could speak those stories aloud, could remind the objects of what they truly meant, then perhaps he could break the creature's hold on them. The path led him to the base of the great mound. Up close, the entrance seemed even more forbidding, a mouth of darkness ready to swallow him whole. The stone pillars on either side were carved with images that made him uneasy, figures of men and beasts intertwined in patterns that hurt to look at too closely. The capstone above bore a single symbol, a spiral within a circle, that seemed to pulse with a faint, sickly light. Merimas lit one of his candles, cupping the flame with his hand to protect it from the wind. The small light seemed pitiful against the vast darkness before him, but it was better than nothing. He stepped forward, crossing the threshold between the world of the living and the realm of the dead, and entered the barrow. The passage was narrow and low, forcing Merimas to stoop as he made his way deeper into the mound. The walls were stone, fitted together with such precision that not even a knife blade could slip between them. His candle cast dancing shadows that made the carvings on the walls seem to move and shift. He tried not to look at them too closely, for they depicted scenes of battle and death, of a world long vanished into the mists of time. The air inside the barrow was cold and still, heavy with the scent of earth and something else, something sweet and cloying that made Merimas think of flowers left too long in a vase. The passage descended deeper into the earth, twisting and turning in ways that made Merimas lose all sense of direction. He tried to keep track of the turns, counting them in his head, but soon gave up. If he needed to flee, he would simply have to run and hope his feet remembered the way his mind could not. After what felt like an eternity but was probably only a few minutes, the passage opened into a larger chamber. Merimas held his candle high and gasped at what the light revealed. The chamber was circular, its ceiling lost in shadow high above. Around the walls stood stone coffins, their lids carved with the likenesses of the dead who lay within. Stern-faced men and women in ancient armor, their hands folded across their chests. But it was not the coffins that caught Merimas's attention. It was what lay scattered across the floor of the chamber like offerings before an altar. Hundreds of objects, thousands perhaps, glittering in his candlelight. Silver and gold, jewels and crystal, wood and cloth and pottery. Every stolen treasure from the Shire was here, piled in heaps and arranged in strange patterns that seemed to form symbols on the floor. Merimas moved closer, his heart pounding. He recognized the Thane's silver seal, lying atop a pile of other metal objects. Nearby was a music box, its lid open and its mechanism still. A set of painted tiles formed part of a larger mosaic. A silver thimble caught the light, and there, nestled among a collection of lockets and brooches and rings, was his grandmother's locket. He started forward, reaching for it, but a voice stopped him cold. The voice was beautiful and terrible at once, like music played in a minor key, and it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at all. So, the finder of lost things has found his way to me at last. I wondered how long it would take you to follow the trail I left. You are cleverer than most of your kind. Little hobbit, but not clever enough to stay away from places that were not meant for you. Merimas turned, searching for the source of the voice. His candle flame flickered wildly, and in its dancing light he saw a figure emerge from the shadows on the far side of the chamber. It was the peddler, or at least it wore the shape of the peddler. But now the disguise was thin and transparent, like a veil that could not quite hide what lay beneath. The creature was tall and gaunt, with skin that seemed to shift between solid and shadow. Its eyes were indeed like dark pools. But now, Merimas could see that they held no reflection at all, only an emptiness that seemed to stretch back into infinite nothing. When it moved, it left trails of darkness in the air, as if reality itself struggled to contain it. "You have no right to these things," Merimas said, fighting to keep his voice steady. "What do I care for your mortal notions of right and wrong? These objects are mine now. Their owners gave them to me freely when they shared their precious stories, their foolish memories. They poured their hearts into my ears, and in doing so, they severed the bonds that tied them to these trinkets. Now the memories are mine to feed upon, and the objects are mine to keep." Merimas took a step forward, his fear giving way to anger. "You tricked them. You disguised yourself, lied about your intentions, stole from them through deception. That is not freely given. That is theft, plain and simple." The creature's smile widened, revealing teeth that were too sharp and too numerous. "Ah, but I did not lie. I am indeed a wanderer with no fixed home. I do sell trinkets and baubles, and I do go wherever I am needed most. Your peoples need to share their stories, to boast of their possessions, to connect with a sympathetic listener. That need called me here as surely as honey calls the bee. I simply took what was offered." It moved closer, circling Merimas like a predator sizing up prey. "Do you know what I am, little hobbit? I am older than your Shire, older than the kingdoms of men whose bones lie in these barrows. I am hunger, given form, emptiness, seeking to be filled. And I feed on what you call precious, the love and loss and longing that mortals attach to mere objects. I drain away the meaning and leave only hollow shells, just as death drains the life from flesh and leaves only bones." Merimas stood his ground, though every instinct screamed at him to flee. "Then you are nothing but a parasite, feeding on the emotions of others because you can feel nothing yourself. You steal what you cannot create, take what you cannot earn. You are empty, and you know it, and that is why you hunger so desperately for what we have. The creature's eyes flashed with anger, and the temperature in the chamber dropped sharply. Merimas could see his breath misting in the air. "Careful, little hobbit. You stand in my domain now, surrounded by my power. These barrows are places where the barrier between life and death grows thin, where creatures such as I can walk more freely than in the lands of the living. Here, I am strong. Here, I am master. And here, you are nothing but another mortal who has wandered too far from home." It raised one long-fingered hand, and the stolen treasures on the floor began to glow with a sickly green light. The light pulsed in rhythm with the creature's breathing, and Merimas felt something pulling at him, tugging at his heart and mind. Memories began to surface unbidden, memories of his grandmother, of the day she gave him the locket, of her final smile as she pressed it into his palm. The creature was trying to drain those memories from him, to feed on them as it had fed on the stories of so many other hobbits. But Merimas had prepared for this. He had spent hours reading the old texts, learning what he needed to know. He closed his eyes and began to speak, not to the creature, but to the treasures themselves. He spoke of the Tain seal and the 9 generations of Tooks who had used it to govern wisely and well. He spoke of the music box and the mother who had wound it every night to soothe her daughter to sleep. He spoke of the painted tiles and the grandfather who had made them with loving care. And as he spoke, something remarkable began to happen. The creature hissed and drew back, its form flickering like a candle in the wind. "Stop," it commanded. "Stop this at once." But Merimas did not stop. He spoke faster now, telling story after story, memory after memory. He told of the wedding quilt that had taken 3 years to stitch, of the hands that had sewn each piece with love and hope for the future. He told of the walking stick carried across mountains and through valleys, a companion to its owner in times of joy and sorrow. He told of the silver thimble used to sew a banner, of the pride and skill that went into every stitch. Each story he told was a thread being rewoven, a bond being restored between object and meaning. The creature writhed and twisted, its form becoming less and less solid. It shrieked, a sound that echoed through the chamber and made the very stones tremble. "You cannot do this," it wailed. "These memories are mine. I took them fairly. They were given to me through the telling of tales." Merimas shook his head, still speaking, still weaving the stories together. "You took only what was spoken aloud. But the deepest memories, the truest feelings, those can never be stolen. They live in the hearts of those who loved these objects, and they live in the objects themselves, waiting to be awakened." Finally, Merimas reached the story he had been saving, the one that mattered most to him. He spoke of his grandmother's locket, of the day she received it from her own mother, a gift given on the eve of a long journey. He spoke of how she had worn it every day for 70 years, through happiness and heartbreak, through the births of children and the passing of friends. He spoke of her final hours, how she had clutched the locket in her weathered hands and told him that it represented all the love that had been passed down through their family, generation after generation. And as he spoke these words, the locket began to shine brighter than all the other treasures. Its light was warm and pure, like sunlight on a spring morning, and it cut through the darkness of the barrow like a blade. The creature screamed and covered its eyes, unable to bear the radiance of true love and memory given form. The other treasures responded to the locket's light. One by one, they began to rise from the floor, floating in the air as if lifted by invisible hands. They circled the chamber, moving faster and faster, creating a whirlwind of light and color. The creature cowered in the center of the maelstrom, growing smaller and more insubstantial with each passing moment. "This is not possible," it gasped. "No mortal has ever broken my hold before. How can one simple hobbit undo what I have spent months creating?" Merimas stepped forward, his voice ringing with conviction. "Because you were wrong about us. You thought we valued these objects for themselves, that our attachment was to the silver and gold, the wood and stone. But you understood nothing. We treasure these things because of what they represent, the love and memory and connection they embody. You try to drain that essence away, to consume it for yourself. But love cannot be consumed. Memory cannot be destroyed. You can only hide them for a time, and now they have been found again." The creature's form was almost completely transparent now, barely more than a shadow against the stone walls. With a final, despairing cry, it dissolved entirely, dissipating like smoke in a strong wind. As it vanished, the chamber seemed to brighten, as if a weight had been lifted from the very air. The ancient coffins around the walls no longer seemed quite so forbidding, and Merimas felt the oppressive atmosphere that had filled the barrow begin to ease. The treasures slowly descended back to the floor, their light dimming but not extinguishing entirely. Each one still glowed with a soft radiance, as if the stories Merimas had spoken had awakened something within them. He walked among them, marveling at the sight. Every stolen item was here, restored and whole, ready to be returned to its rightful owner. Merimas knelt and picked up his grandmother's locket. It was warm to the touch, and when he opened it, the tiny portrait inside seemed to smile at him. He closed his eyes, feeling the connection that had been severed now restored, stronger than ever. The locket was not just silver and paint anymore. It was love made tangible, memory given form, and it was his again. But even as relief washed over him, Merimas realized that his task was far from complete. The creature might be gone, but these hundreds of treasures still needed to be returned to their owners, and they were deep underground, in the heart of the Barrow-downs, a place no hobbit would willingly venture. He could not possibly carry them all himself, even if he made a dozen trips. As if in answer to his unspoken worry, the treasures began to move again. This time they did not float upward, but instead arranged themselves into neat groups according to their owners. The Thane's seal rolled across the floor to join his walking sticks. The music box positioned itself next to a collection of other items from the same family. It was as though the objects themselves now knew where they belonged, and were sorting themselves accordingly. Merimas watched in wonder as the organization continued. When the treasures had finished arranging themselves, there were perhaps 30 distinct groups, one for each family that had suffered a loss. The groups were small enough that a hobbit could carry each one, and as Merimas looked at them, he felt a warmth spreading through his chest. The stories had not only broken the creature's hold, but had also reawakened a kind of intelligence in the objects themselves. They wanted to go home. He gathered up the items belonging to his own family, carefully placing the locket in his pocket, where it would be safe. Then he turned his attention to the task of getting everything out of the barrow. It would take time and many trips up and down the narrow passage, but he did not mind. Each burden he carried would be a step toward healing the wounds the memory drinker had inflicted on the Shire. Merimas worked through the remainder of the night, making trip after trip from the burial chamber to the entrance of the barrow. He carried armloads of treasures out into the clean night air, arranging them carefully on the grass outside. As he worked, he noticed that the mist which had clung so heavily to the downs when he arrived was beginning to lift. The stars shone more brightly overhead, and a fresh breeze carried the scent of grass and wildflowers. By the time dawn broke over the Barrow-downs, all the treasures had been brought out of the tomb and laid carefully on the grass. Merimas stood among them, exhausted but triumphant, and watched as the first rays of sunlight touched the ancient mound. In the growing light, the downs looked less forbidding, less shadowed by sorrow and death. It was as if the defeat of the memory drinker had lifted a curse from the land itself. Now came the hardest part of his task. He needed to transport all these items back to the Shire and return them to their owners. But as he stood there, considering how to accomplish this, he heard a sound that made his heart leap with joy. It was the jingling of harness bells and the creak of wagon wheels on the east road. Merimas hurried to the top of the nearest rise and looked down toward the road. There, making their way eastward in the early morning light, was a caravan of sorts. 3 wagons drawn by sturdy ponies, and surrounding them were hobbits. Dozens of hobbits, from every corner of the Shire. He recognized faces from Hobbiton and Bywater, from Tuckborough and Frogmorton, from the East Farthing and the West Farthing. They had come looking for him. At the head of the procession rode the Thane himself, mounted on a grey pony and looking every bit the leader his title suggested. When he spotted Merimas standing among the barrow mounds, he raised his hand and called out, "Merimas Goodbarrel, we had feared the worst when you did not return. Your neighbours reported your departure, and when we pieced together where you must have gone, we set out at once to find you. The Barrow-downs are no place for a lone hobbit to venture, no matter how brave or determined." Merimas climbed down from the rise and went to meet them, his heart full of gratitude for his fellow hobbits. "I thank you for your concern," he said, "but as you can see, I am well, and I bring news that will gladden your hearts. The stolen treasures have been recovered, all of them, and they wait just beyond that rise, ready to be returned to their rightful owners." A great cheer went up from the assembled hobbits. They surged forward, following Merimas back to where the treasures lay, gleaming in the morning sun. When they saw the neat arrangements of items, organized as if by invisible hands, there was a moment of awed silence. Then families began to recognize their lost possessions and rush forward with cries of joy and relief. The Thane was the first to reach his items. He knelt beside the silver seal, picking it up with trembling hands. His eyes glistened with tears as he examined it, turning it over to check for damage. "It is perfect," he said, his voice choked with emotion, as if it had never been gone at all. "Merimas Goodbarrel, you have done the Shire a service beyond measure. How did you find these things? How did you recover them when even your gift could not locate them?" Merimas told his tale then, speaking of the memory drinker and its lair in the barrow, of how he had broken its power through the telling of stories and the rekindling of the bonds between objects and owners. The hobbits listened in wonder, their eyes wide, and when he finished, there was another round of cheers and congratulations. But Merimas held up his hand for silence. "Friends, I must tell you something important. The creature I defeated was ancient and powerful, drawn to our Shire by the very thing that makes us who we are. We hobbits love our homes, our families, our traditions. We pour our hearts into objects that remind us of those we love and the times we have shared. That love is beautiful and precious, but it can also attract those who would feed upon it." He paused, looking at the faces around him. "The memory drinker is gone, but there may be others like it in the wide world. We must be wary of strangers who ask too many questions, who seem overly interested in our treasures and their histories. We must be careful not to invite danger into our homes through our very hospitality and openness." An old hobbit from Shire stepped forward. "But surely we cannot become suspicious and closed off to all travellers. That would change who we are as a people. Hospitality has always been a virtue of hobbits. Are we to abandon it out of fear?" Merimas shook his head. "No, not abandon it, but perhaps temper it with wisdom. Welcome strangers, yes, but do not tell them everything. Keep the deepest stories, the most precious memories, close to your hearts. Share your joy and your friendship, but guard what is most sacred. There is no shame in protecting what you love." The hobbits murmured among themselves, considering his words. The Thane nodded slowly. "Wise counsel, Merimas. We shall take it to heart. But for now, let us celebrate this victory. Let us return these treasures to their homes, and give thanks that we have such a brave and clever hobbit among us." The loading of the wagons took some time, as each family wanted to ensure their items were safely packed for the journey home. Merimas helped where he could, though exhaustion was beginning to catch up with him. He had been awake all night, had walked miles through dangerous country, and had faced down a creature of shadow and nightmare. His legs felt like lead, and his eyes burned with weariness. "Now let others care for you, as you have cared for all of us." Merimas was too tired to argue. He climbed into the back of the foremost wagon, settling himself among the carefully wrapped bundles of recovered treasures. As the wagon began to roll westward along the east road, he felt his eyes growing heavy. The rhythmic creaking of the wheels and the gentle swaying of the wagon bed were like a lullaby. He slept then, deeply and dreamlessly, and did not wake until they had passed through Buckland and crossed the Brandywine Bridge back into the Shire proper. The sun was high in the sky when he opened his eyes, and the landscape outside the wagon was blessed familiar. Rolling green hills dotted with hobbit holes, neat gardens bursting with late autumn vegetables, smoke rising from chimneys as families prepared their midday meals. The caravan made its way slowly through the Shire, stopping at each village and settlement to return the stolen items to their owners. At each stop, there were tears and laughter, embraces and expressions of gratitude. Merimas watched it all from the wagon, his heart full. This was why he had risked everything, for these moments of joy, for the restoration of what had been lost, for the healing of wounds both visible and invisible. In Frogmorton, an elderly hobbit woman received her mother's music box and immediately wound it up. The familiar melody filled the air, and she wept openly as she listened to the tune she had thought never to hear again. In Shire, a young hobbit held his grandfather's painted tiles and traced the designs with gentle fingers, remembering the stories his grandfather had told about each one. At each stop, hobbits would approach Merimas and thank him, pressing small gifts into his hands despite his protests. A loaf of freshly baked bread here, a wheel of cheese there, a bottle of wine. a bag of apples from someone's orchard. He accepted them with humble gratitude, knowing that for these hobbits, the giving of gifts was as important as the receiving of their lost treasures. By the time they reached Hobbiton, the sun was setting once again, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and pink. The wagons rolled to a stop in the village square, and it seemed as though every hobbit in Hobbiton had come out to greet them. Word had spread ahead of their arrival, carried by swift runners, and the whole community had turned out to celebrate. There was music and dancing, tables laden with food and drink, laughter echoing through the warm evening air. The Thane made a speech, praising Merimas's courage and cleverness, declaring that he would recommend to the mayor that Merimas be given some official recognition for his service to the Shire. Merimas blushed and stammered his thanks, uncomfortable with so much attention but deeply moved by the genuine affection he saw in the faces around him. As the celebration continued into the night, Merimas slipped away quietly and made his way up the familiar path to Kindling Hearth. His round green door stood just as he had left it, and when he stepped inside, the comfort and warmth of home enveloped him like a well-worn blanket. He lit a fire in the hearth and settled into his favourite armchair with a cup of tea and his pipe. The locket rested in his palm, warm and solid, a tangible reminder of all he had been through. He opened it and gazed at the portrait of his great-grandmother, painted so long ago by hands now turned to dust. The image seemed clearer than he remembered, the colours more vibrant, as if his journey had somehow restored not just the object, but the very memory it contained. Merimas thought about the memory drinker and what it had represented. The creature had been a manifestation of emptiness, of the hunger that comes from having nothing to hold on to, no connections to anchor it to the world. It had tried to fill that void by stealing the connections others had forged, by feeding on love and memory like a parasite. But in the end, it had learned that such things cannot be stolen, only shared freely or not at all. The hobbits of the Shire were rich in ways that had nothing to do with gold or silver. They were rich in stories, in memories, in the bonds of family and friendship that stretched back through generations. Those bonds were woven into the very fabric of their lives, represented by objects both precious and ordinary. A locket, a seal, a music box, a set of painted tiles. Each one was a thread in the great tapestry of hobbit life, and when those threads were pulled tight and strong, no darkness could unravel them. In the days that followed, life in the Shire gradually returned to normal. The stolen treasures were back where they belonged, displayed on mantles and kept in boxes, worn around necks and carried in pockets. But something had changed, subtle but significant. Hobbits were more thoughtful now about their possessions, more aware of the stories they held. When a grandmother passed down a brooch to her granddaughter, she told the story behind it with greater care, making sure the young one understood not just what it was, but what it meant. And when strangers came to the Shire, whether peddlers or travellers or wandering folk of any kind, hobbits welcomed them with the same open hospitality, as always, but with a touch more wisdom. They shared their food and their fires, their laughter and their songs, but they kept their deepest stories close, shared only with those who had earned the right to hear them through years of friendship and trust. Merimas returned to his work of finding lost things, and his peculiar gift served him as well as ever, perhaps even better than before, for his journey to the Barrow-downs had deepened his understanding of the connection between objects and the hearts of those who cherished them. When a hobbit came to him with a tale of something missing, he listened not just with his ears but with his whole being, hearing the love and loss in their voices, feeling the strength of the bond that needed to be restored. His fame grew throughout the Shire. Songs were written about his adventure, though he always protested that they exaggerated his bravery and made the memory drinker sound far more terrible than it had been. Children played games in which one would pretend to be the creature, and others would be brave hobbits defeating it with stories and songs. Merimas found this both amusing and slightly embarrassing, but he bore it all with good humour. The Thane made good on his promise, and at the free fair that spring, Merimas was given a Medal of Honour by the Mayor of Michel Delving. It was a simple thing, a circle of silver with the green hill of Hobbiton engraved upon it, but Merimas treasured it not for its material worth, but for what it represented, the gratitude and respect of his fellow hobbits, the knowledge that he had made a difference when it mattered most. He hung the medal on the wall beside his fireplace, where he could see it from his armchair, but he did not display it out of pride. Rather, It served as a reminder of an important lesson he had learned in the depths of the Barrow. Objects only had power when they were connected to stories, to memories, to the living hearts of those who loved them. Without that connection, they were just metal and stone, wood and cloth, no more valuable than any other arrangement of matter in the world. Years passed, as years do, and the adventure of the memory drinker became one more story in the rich history of the Shire. New generations of hobbits grew up hearing the tale, usually from their grandparents on winter evenings when the wind howled outside and the fire burned low. They would listen with wide eyes as they were told how brave Merimas Goodbarrel had ventured into the Barrow-downs and defeated a creature of shadow with nothing but words and the power of love. And when those children grew up and had children of their own, they passed the story along, adding their own embellishments and interpretations, as storytellers always do. Some versions emphasized the danger, turning the memory drinker into a dragon-like monster. Others focused on the cleverness of Merimas's solution, how he had used the creature's own methods against it. Still others made it a love story, suggesting that it was Merimas's love for his grandmother that had given him the strength to prevail. But the heart of the story remained the same across all its tellings. It was a tale about the importance of memory, about the power of stories to bind us to one another and to our past. It was a reminder that the things we treasure are precious, not because of what they are, but because of what they mean. And that meaning can only exist when there are hearts to hold it, and voices to speak it. Merimas himself lived to a ripe old age, beloved by all who knew him. He never married, content with his solitary life at Kindling Hearth, though he was never truly alone. His home was always open to visitors, and there was always tea in the pot and cake in the pantry for any hobbit who came calling. He spent his final years in his armchair by the window, smoking his pipe and watching the world go by, occasionally helping a neighbour find a misplaced item, but mostly just enjoying the simple pleasures of a life well lived. When he died, peacefully in his sleep at the age of 103, the whole Shire mourned. They buried him on a sunny hillside overlooking Hobbiton, and on his headstone they carved not just his name and dates, but a simple inscription that captured the essence of who he had been. Here lies Merimas Goodbarrel, finder of lost things and keeper of stories. He knew that the greatest treasures are those we carry in our hearts. His belongings were distributed among his friends and neighbours according to his will. The locket went to a young cousin who had always admired it, along with strict instructions to learn its story and pass it down to her own children someday. His books were given to the library at Michel Delving, where they could be read by anyone seeking wisdom about the old magic and the ways of the world beyond the Shire. And his armchair, that comfortable old seat where he had spent so many hours smoking and thinking and helping others, was given to the Green Dragon Inn. It sits there still, by the fireplace in the common room, and hobbits from all over come to sit in it when they visit. They say it brings good luck and helps you remember things you thought you had forgotten. Whether that is true or just a pleasant fancy, no one can say for certain, but this much is true. The story of Merimas Goodbarrel and the Memory Drinker lives on in the Shire, told and retold, changed and embellished, but never forgotten. And in its telling, the message endures. That love cannot be stolen, that memory cannot be destroyed, and that the bonds we forge with one another and with our past are stronger than any darkness the world can conjure. And so ends this tale, from the Chronicles of the Shire. One story among many in the great tapestry of Hobbit folklore, preserved for those who come after, a reminder of who we are and what we hold dear.